Welcome to the dojo. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Let's see. All right, everything's connected. How's that? Everything's working as intended. Thank you for joining. I hope everyone's having a great night. Or day, if you happen to be watching this in the daytime. Moreover, I hope you had a very good Thanksgiving. We ate very good here. We had some nice peace and quiet. It was nice. Low stress. Normally, Thanksgiving involves being around a lot of people and family, and some people will talk about the positive aspects and the togetherness. Being around people. But at the same time, there's certain people that lead to certain things, and you know how that goes. Greetings, thank you for joining. Happy Thanksgiving. If you celebrate. Not everyone celebrates. I'm an American, So about that Thanksgiving. Really, there's only one thing that I really care about Thanksgiving as far as food goes. There's a lot of really good Thanksgiving foods, but about that turkey leg. I got me some turkey legs. And I followed a friend's recipe. When he told me the recipe for the first time, I didn't believe it. But it was actually really good. And it's very simple. Anybody can do this. So here's what you do. When you're preparing your turkey, in a big bowl, put a bunch of mayonnaise. Then you trick that mayonnaise out with like salt, pepper, and garlic, and other herbs and seasonings and things like this. There's a lot more that I could have put on mine, but I was only working with turkey legs. But you can scale this up to a whole turkey too. So after you make your mayonnaise preparation, you smother your turkey in it. Doesn't that sound good? At first I was like, I'm not so sure. But when you think about it, it actually does make sense. Because I tell you, when you take that turkey and you put it in the oven and you cook that thing all the way through, the mayonnaise is going to act as a oil, and the turkey is going to absorb the flavorings and retain its moisture. And oh man, it comes out good. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. One of the better turkeys I've had. So what are we doing right now? There's a couple things I want to do. There's some exploratory stuff, such as the introduction of classes, because after thinking about it, the setting of HD by race and even then, isn't this how it's done in D&D? Like, the setting of class determines the set of bonuses that you would get, right? Like, in addition to that, you would also have access to certain feats that other classes might not have access to. But I also like the idea of being able to kind of build your own character without getting locked into a particular class selection. So all of the different skills that any of the classes would have, you would have access to, but you would have to perhaps put skill points into them or level them up somehow. Hi. Thanks for joining. Check it out. Okay. Alright, so before I actually move the character around, you can zoom in, you can zoom out. You can move the camera around. You have an inventory. So let's pick something up. Oh man, we're about to get hit though. Picked up the dagger. Damage 1 to 4, durability 5 out of 5. A small sharp dagger. Equipped. Got his ass. Alright, we're gonna get the drop on this dude. Got him. So let's reveal the rest of the dungeon floor. It's pretty small. But one of the things we might work on today is the procedural generation algorithms that I'm going to be using. I actually have a lot of code that exists already for that. Maybe we even get Aider involved. Oh, it's not much yet. However, it is sitting at, as of last build, 6,814 lines of C++. Split up between .h and .cpp. Now this is 999. This is 9,924 lines total, but that doesn't. But that like counts comments and like white space and stuff. But one of the things that we can do. See if this is like all of the game's code, right? Fuck it, I'm not gonna do it right now. Actually, do I have... I don't have a alias for CPP LOC right now. This is going to be a dungeon crawler. In the left-hand side of your screen, I've got some about me info. I'm a programmer, hacker, coder, gamer, and all-around nerd. Languages include C, C++, Python, Bash, ZSH. The operating system I'm on is Debian Linux. I'm making a dungeon crawler in C++ using Raylib. It is playable on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. It runs on iOS and Android as well. And you can play it if you have an external keyboard. It's actually currently on itch.io. And if you'd like to support the game, it's only $1. So, one thing at a time, right? One day at a time. I appreciate that. there's a lot that I have to do still before it's like really, finished or really far along. But the infrastructure is here. It's very easy for me to stub out ideas. And one of the ideas I was going to toy with today was the idea of classes. I'm not sure that I want classes or not. Maybe we do. Another thing that we can work on is getting potions back in the game. Maybe even displaying some more information about the battle stats in the message log output. Trying to think of some low-hanging fruit to start with. What better way to do that than just to open up a file? It would be nice to be able to get to this, use the shield. And I believe that I've introduced that. I believe that I've introduced the infrastructure for that. One of the things that we can do as well is also introduce shaders and shader management. Because there will be certain times when certain textures might be flavorfully updated or upgraded or made to look fancy by clever, tasteful use of the application of shaders at certain times. So this is all the base file for managing the drawing of the game. There's a lot of sub-modules beneath this, but this is the core code for it. As you can see, we had some old shader code here where I was just testing things out. And I got stuff to work, so I kind of know how to work with it. But when you start to get into the idea of potentially large-scale numbers of shaders, in a similar way that I manage the textures at the moment, we might want to handle things a certain way. Okay. Let's commit to actually doing something new. Potions or shields? Well, we started on shields, right? And shields are, like this will actually involve kind of like a full walkthrough of both liblogic and libdraw, right? Because in the adding of like a new entity type or item type or something like that, like, weapon, shield, potion, other things that we're going to add in the future, they'll have certain properties. As an example, all the NPCs have an associated sprite group actually a whole sprite group. Similarly, items have their own sprite group. It might only contain one sprite, but it's still a sprite group. So, same thing with shield. But shield and weapons in general, weapons and shields, are different because they have an on-screen representation when they're equipped versus when they're like on the dungeon floor versus when they're just sitting in your inventory. So they have a special organization of their sprite groups where the first item in the sprite group is the item as it exists on the tile or on the dungeon floor. The next one is the front sprite for that sprite, like when it's equipped or when it's being displayed as equipped on the character. And then lastly is the back sprite. And so we've done that for weapons already. We've got like 3 different weapon types that we've done that for, or dagger, sword, and axe. But it would be nice to be able to equip a shield and to actually have a shield function in like the rules of combat, D&D style, you know. And it's not going to be the type of case where you have to like declare that you're blocking, right? If you have a shield equipped and you get attacked, you have an automatic chance of blocking. That's how I want it to work. So we have a shield on the floor already. So here's our shield. So what does that mean? We can pick the shield up, we can put it in our inventory, but we can't equip it yet. So you have to be able to handle equipping shield. Similarly, once the shield's equipped, we're going to have to step into the logic of combat. And to start with, by default, we're going to set it so that the shield always kicks in, right? But after the shield kicks in, yo, what's happening? How you doing? Shout outs to all my viewers across the channels that I'm broadcasting on right now. I'm just talking through the process of implementing shield in full from beginning to end before I actually set out to do it. So once we set it to always block successfully, certain flag that we have to pass into lib draw in order to trigger the animation sequence so that it looks like the dude blocks the attack when he actually gets attacked. we actually have a special animation state prepared for this. And so following the rules that I've already implemented for things like attack and damage and things like this, we're going to do the same thing for successful block. So full success will mean that when we actually play the game, when we get attacked, our dude will automatically block when we equip the shield. So let's get to it. Right, so we're doing shields right now. We're already creating a shield, which is good, but the next step is to be able to actually equip it. So if you press the E key, that is a big nasty block of code that we could honestly pull out into its own function. This would actually be a really good opportunity for us to do a little light refactoring, as a lot of this is being handled in this one module and handle input inventory is being called elsewhere, but the individual things that I'm pulling out are kind of local to this function, right? So what we'll do is we'll say something like void handle equip. So step one, we've got our little function wrapper. We're going to go down to the E key. We're going to copy, or rather we're going to cut down to here. We're going to hop back up, paste it right inside there. And when I save, it's going to auto format. Nice. However, we do have to put a call to that function in order to replace what we just did. So that's a lot cleaner than having all that code in there. Naturally, we could probably do something similar for a lot of the other things. As you can see, the bulk of the complexity of handle inventory is clearly inside of like handle equip, right? So we could even pull out like a handle equip weapon. So to save time, we're going to copy paste that handle equip weapon. We're going to come down here. Now, one of the things here is that I can already see Yeah, there's at least one thing missing, and that's a reference to item ID, so we're gonna have to pass that in. So if item type equals weapon, we do handle equip weapon, right? Now, we actually don't even need IS for this function because we're not checking any sort of input. So down there, we can actually get rid of the parameter entirely. Nice. Similarly, I believe we could probably do that on handle equip itself. Which means, well, shout out to all my viewers right now. Thank you for joining. Hope you had a lovely Thanksgiving and welcome to the dojo. So we actually cleaned that up by a good amount there. Could we do better? Well, if we're going to handle a bunch of different item types, but now that's looking like really clean, right? So if you try to equip an item, then it's going to check what type of item it is. And if it's weapon currently, then we have a way to handle equip weapon. Let's do a handle equip shield. All right, that was straightforward. So to update this one, all right. Now, we could even do a little bit better, right? Now that's really clean. So right now this should, at minimum, equip the shield when I choose to equip it. Let's turn our artworks off for a moment. All right, why is it not equipping? Let's see. Shout out to me in the chat if you're watching and you actually is not asleep from all the turkey that you ate. So by default, the current shield should be invalid. I wouldn't be surprised if equip weapon broke in that process. No, that works. All right, let's see what's going on into terminal. Yeah, it's actually, oh, but you know what's happening? It's not rendering because we did not update the display of the inventory screen. That's exactly why. So we still have another step in this whole process. Because I have every belief that it's actually equipping and unequipping, but I also have every belief that we have to update the display of the inventory menu. This isn't a separate function. And this one's nasty. One of the big reasons I pulled everything out into their own file was to make them easier to refactor. When you have less code in a single file that you have to work with, better. This whole organization was actually inspired by Rust's crate system. I figured out some ways that you can take advantage of some of the benefits that Rust provides while still getting to work in a language like C++. So, in a little bit, I'm going to have to take my baby outside the pee-pee. I'm going to probably sit with her until she kind of chills out. She's ate some turkey today, too. That one right there. It's my baby girl. She is the toughest dog I have ever known. Also one of the cutest. What is C++ Don't even lie to me. Don't even pretend to lie to me, you fake user with your crazy symbols coming out of the... What is C++? I'm not going to answer that question. Anyway. C++ is the language I'm working in. It's a very popular programming language. What is Raylib? Raylib is a graphics programming library for use in game programming. It's written in C by a dude named Ray out of, I think, Spain. It's very good. LibLogic is just the name of the logical component of my game engine. It probably has nothing to do with any other library that might also happen to be called LibLogic. Hope everyone's having a good night so far. Alright, remember, we are updating whether or not something is equipped, right? This line's pretty nasty, but this does what we want it to do. So we're going to grab the current shield ID, right? There's really, physics don't really come into play in the same way as they would in other games. A lot of the rules are kind of underneath the hood in that, like, I don't need to check for collision detection, you know, I don't need to really think about a lot of that kind of stuff because the logic of the game is very much grid based in that everything sits on top of tiles. All the major land constructions are going to be tile based, and you don't have to worry about certain components that you would in like a lot of other type of games. I know it might sound like a weird explanation. So if it happens to be the current weapon ID or collection ID is exactly equal to current actually, you know what, we want to make this a separate if statement entirely. Or no, we can get away with it. We just need to wrap that. What I actually can code just using Raylib? A lot, actually. Far more than I'm doing here. What I'm doing here at the end of the day is rather primitive in terms of technicality. If you really like understand programming and have dug deep into things like 3D graphics, OpenGL, Vulkan, this is definitely not stock in NeoVim, 100%. Actually, I need to publish the current state of my my NeoVim configuration. There's heavy tweakage. It's not a lot of tweakage, but there is tweakage. You know, I do have like a custom Lua, custom init, all that kind of stuff. I forget what the command is for looking at theme. Happy Thanksgiving. God bless to you as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's awesome. All right, let's see if this is sufficient to handle that problem. Oh, sick. Okay, that's fucking boss. Oh, JK boy got caught spamming by Nightbot. God damn. Well, I appreciate the subscribe for NeoVim. NeoVim is fucking based, isn't it? Like, as if Vim weren't already based enough. And I forget what really tipped me over the edge to like convert to NeoVim. I think it was the implication of all of the integrated tooling. It took a little while to get a custom setup, and even then, my support for other languages is not as thorough as it is for C++. Alright, so what have I got? We temporarily turned off orcs. We now properly handle I don't understand these kids with their emojis. Dunno. Vim has a goofy LSB plugin. I haven't used it. I never used any LSB plugins when I was actually on like raw Vim. I did have like a pretty custom Vim RC, but I think there's an appropriate usage to emojis. Well, see, back in my day, we actually had to type out our emojis like this. That's how old I am. If you think emojis are exclusively visual, then you are a younger generation than I am. I use NVim instead of Vim because I didn't want to learn Vim script. Fact. I learned enough of Vim script that I could do a few things, and I could make certain changes, and some of the stuff I copied from other places. And you know, that's kind of the story of like every developer's, right? Like if you sometimes can't figure something out that you want to do because you don't want to have to like reinvent the wheel for something. You end up having to go out there and find a solution that someone else whipped up, and that's kind of how it goes sometimes. Vim script is pretty deep, and it's also a bit outdated. And even then, like, even working with like the Lua inside of NeoVim, you still have to like pick certain things up. Which is not like necessarily a bad thing, but I'm very thankful that, speaking of Thanksgiving, I'm thankful that I was able to convert my Vim RC mostly into NeoVim Lua. So Okay. So now we've got the shield equipping. There is a part 2 to this. Because that was just a logical component. Now we have to handle the drawing. Or rather, actually, we're not even done with the logical component. We have to handle what happens when you get attacked and you have a shield equipped. And at the moment, we're going to set it so that if you have a shield equipped, just for testing, it will always block successfully. It is, but at the same time, you know, like, it's actually really convenient that there's super good LSP support for Lua, because debugging Lua is kind of a pain in the ass without additional support. You know, the error handling in the language itself is like almost non-existent. When stuff crashes, it crashes hard. I'm not saying that VimScript's any better. The existence of Lua is interesting. You know, there was a really big bug found in old versions of Lua recently, and it was actually something I've done a couple streams on, actually doing research on the vulnerable version of Lua as it exists on the Redis server. I forget the name of the CVE because it's a long number, but it basically involves an improper, like, use after free and an integer overflow. Dude, props to getting something working with Box2D. Last time I sat down with it, I lost my patience really fast. I thought it was kind of like not intuitive to figure how, like, to make things work. I'm like, surely there has to be a better way than this. All right, so Trianity attack. People be liking this music, yo. Shout out to if you like the music, if you can hear it. I think it's kind of low, but it's still, I can still hear it on my end. Yeah, see, you know, it just takes time, man. And like, if you got an ugly UI to start with, that's totally okay. You know, it's the kind of thing that, you know, if you decide, oh, I don't like how that looks, and you have the ability to just like dive to that like part of your code and immediately change something. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. No, smooth is what I'm going for, because I like lots of different types of music, you know, and historically most of what I've been jamming, you know, on stream has been probably not as approachable. You know, I like a lot of death metal, I like a lot of dark techno, I like a lot of stuff like that. I also like chill out. I like jazz, I like down tempo, whatever, smooth wave, you know, all that kind of stuff. So what happens when you're attacked, right? So attack success implies certain things. Right, so Trianity attack starts here. So you're facing an enemy, or an enemy's facing you, and they call this function. First attack handle helper gets called. And for every entity on the tile, generally speaking, there's probably only going to be one NPC. We call this next function the inner loop. If the entity happens to be dead, then this attack fails. At the moment, in all cases, attack is successful. However, this is where we're doing our modification. Someone says, I'm bad enough at CPP that, like, I don't know some in-depth stuff, but I am good enough to do code forces with it, stuck in a weird limbo. And then it repeats the same message. Whoa, dude, you need to stop spamming. What language are you good at? A lot of people say, oh, I'm bad at this language or I'm bad at that language. And it's like, okay, well, let's find the language that you like to work with. Or if you want to like something, but you don't know why you're repulsed by it or something like that. You know, you might ask questions like, why? What about the language makes you uneasy? Why do you feel like you're bad at it? Where do you feel like your holes are? You know, you can ask questions like this in order to kind of guide yourself in a direction in order to improve better. You can target like the weak areas. Okay, so normally we would actually handle like a complex calculation for checking to see whether or not the attack is successful. We used to have a function called handle shield check. So we're probably going to want to rewrite that function. All right, so we have to define this function. At the moment, we don't have an attack roll, and we don't have a base AC, but we do have a target ID and a variable, external variable called attack successful. Handle attack success does a bunch of different stuff. And similarly, handle shield check is going to do a few things. One of the things that happens when we actually do have a successful attack, for instance, we actually decrement 1 from the weapon if you had a weapon. 1 from the weapon durability. If you kill an enemy, your experience goes up. And we actually set a trait on the enemy that you just killed telling us that yes, it is dead. Before you put it anywhere, you should definitely put it on GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub instance or a public instance or anything like that, you should do that. Well, honestly, I feel like a lot of that stuff is really kind of elementary. And nowadays, a lot of languages try to obfuscate or hide your ability to work with pointers. But at the end of the day, they are kind of a fundamental part of computer science. Nice. Yeah, same. EvilDojo.com is proud to be hosted by GitHub. All right, so we do a number of different things when the attack is successful. And actually, we do not need to pass attack successful to our shield check. Well, you have to pass target ID and attacker ID. But one of the things that we're probably going to end up setting in there is that if they have a shield, and actually it's not handle shield check. We just want to call it handle shield, because the check for that could actually happen before we return handle shield. So how do we check to see if the target ID has a shield? Optional Boolean, or no, optional entity ID, maybe shield equals G pointing to the CT dot get equipped shield target ID. Maybe shield has a value. So we go ahead and grab that value. Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, my game's up on itch, if you didn't know already. I'm sure you did. Secondly, it was actually really refreshing how easy it was to publish on itch. You didn't have to go through the same painstaking processes you have to go through with something like Steam. That's very appreciable. All right, so what if we wanted to like handle getting hit if you don't have a shield? You know, continue that. Yeah, so I've actually got 2 games on itch. One of them you can play for free. The other, this one that I'm currently working on, I am charging $1 for. $1 gets you every update to the game that I do, and I'm going to be working on this for a while, so stay tuned. But the more people that support me early, one, this helps alleviate, you know, things like my financial struggle, and that way I can put more time and effort into the game. Secondly, you don't have to give any, well, other than itch, you know, you have to do that. You have to give them your information in order to actually make a purchase. But as far as I know, to play the free games, that you can actually play them without an account, I think. All right, so what's next? We actually have to write this function. So handle, actually not handle shield, handle block success. All right, let's start here. Handle block success. Just in case we need the entity type, there it is. Did I really name it all? Oops. Well, first of all, what? I did name it all block success. We're going to change that. Block underscore success. So what else? Oh yeah, we also have to set it to update. So those are flags that we passed that help the animation system figure out what sprite needs to be selected so that it can properly animate. This is really a pass between logic and drawing, but at the end of the day, you know, I tried to keep the systems as separate as possible. There's a little bit of handover, but you can code your game however you want to. But this is a long-running design pattern for me that I am kind of digging my heels in on and sticking with. I do appreciate every single one of you still watching. Hit me up in the chat, talk to me, you know, what y'all got going on tonight. Y'all working on anything yourself? A couple of people in the chat already been talking, saying they got stuff going on. Is it yelling here? Cannot initialize return object of type bool. Oh. I suppose this could be a void too. No, it's not a typo. I omitted the I and the E because the full word equipped underscore shield is a name conflict with a type name called equipped shield. No, I appreciate that. That's a valid question. So for instance, we'll change this to void. Change that to void. return, return, return. It's not even a good abbreviation. It's just something I did to make the code work. All right, so block success should be implemented at this point. We don't need target type. All right, so remember we're trying to force the block to actually occur on every attack whenever we are actually hit. So oh yeah. Must have been a while since you last checked in, man. I'm getting stuck on like where the next file I need to jump to is. We'll start with libdraw. Beginning of every frame, we go to update sprites pre. Alright, so I'm going to update sprite pre. Call it update sprite pointer. Update sprite pointer. If the sprite is attacking, we set that. If it's dead, we do that. If it's damaged, we do that. I feel like there's going to be like a proper order in setting these, right? Like the checks would make the most sense, because like some of these might be true at the same time. Okay, so I started to group them in here. A lot of rules for these are very similar. Let's say we want to add one. Let's yank that and use it as a template. That SG block success. Let's be real aggressive with it. Does the race matter? And I noticed that we're not actually setting sprite group as damaged here. Well, no, we set the current. So that's actually because we don't need this anymore because it's the check occurs in the call to the function. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so let's take a look at the sprite group definitions. Animation NPC guard success. Now for the slime, we'll just have him idle. Because it'll look weird in general. All right, so there's our set sprite group block success. So now over here, we just do that. That occurs in the update sprite 3. Then we go through a bunch of stuff here to determine what we actually draw on the screen. Then at the very end, we go through and update all of our sprites in post. And in post, mostly what we do is update like the current frame. I wouldn't be surprised if I encounter some bugs when we actually build this. All right. Feel wary about that. I'm gonna do a full build. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, lib logic create NPC. All right, it chug-a-lugged along. Right, we have no enemies to attack us. So let's add an enemy back in. Okay, so I know what's missing now. But we need to check in this code. Yes. We need to draw the shield back and the shield front. Lazy Git, huh? I'll have to look into that one. Tell me more about what it does and why I should use it. At the end of the day, most of the time when I'm committing, I'm just like really committing a glob of changes unless I'm being hyper pedantic, in which case I'm doing like real granular single change type of knits. Excuse me, not a knits, commits. No, I don't like GUI. GUI is definitely not faster for me, but I appreciate the sentiment. Um, in fact, I actually created command aliases that make the whole process typing the commands a lot easier. Now I don't have to type out full commands. Like for instance, instead of commit, all I have to type is CI. So I've already saved myself several characters. So similar to take it easy, JK. Thanks for joining today. Appreciate that. Hope you have a lovely Thanksgiving. I know I said I was going to take my baby girl out a while ago. We're coming up on that time. So with get weapon, right? Get shield or get weapon sprites. I'm just name swapping everything to shield. Let's step through the logic. All right, so if we're getting the shield for the front, or the front sprite for the shield. Oh, speak of the devil. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. My coffee's running low though. I'm gonna have to make some more. Okay. All right, that looks pretty clean. You know what I forgot to add? Makefile. Unused variable. Oh yeah, technically it is unused, but I mean we're yeah, we're not passing work one to anything now. Technically, you're right. It looks like it's working. Currently have the animation like cranked way up though. So lib draw handle. Hi, buddy. Can I not say hi? All right, everyone, let's see what's next. Okay, so right here is where we are setting the animation speed. By default, everything is on default. But I had the idea to speed everything up here, and this is where we do it. But if we wanted to slow things down, we can also do that. For instance, if we wanted to make things run at 2x, and then make it like even slower on the, here, we do ours at 4x, and then see the NPC at 2x speed. And actually, we could even just do both at 2x for right now. Yeah, we do this. Nice. Although it doesn't look like the actual shield animation is incrementing, the state is definitely updating. So it's kind of a win. Now the only thing we really need to do to make it pop is to add an appropriate sound effect. And I'll have to check my repository either in the game or my external folder to look for an appropriate sound of a weapon or a metal thing coming into collision with a shield or a buckler or something. So it counts as a win. Oh boy, we still got some stuff to do. Let's take a look at our sound effects real quick. Metal on metal hit. Okay. Now, one of the things that we'll be able to do here in the future, actually to begin with, we actually do have metal on wood and metal on leather. One of the things we'll be able to do is select the different sound effects based upon the material type of the weapon that you got hit with versus what the material of like either your armor was or of your shield and stuff like that. Boy, you got no shame cleaning yourself on stream, Jesus. Motherfucker can get banned when you start licking his crotch. Let's do metal on metal to start with. So when it blocks successfully, we should hear a sound effect. Nice. Oh man, that's so good. Oh man. Oh, that's satisfying. We might even consider changing direction for the player whenever they get hit or whenever they're attacked to the direction of their attacker. It's very possible. Now, there's one thing left detail-wise. It's a small detail, but it's one that matters. Because while that looks good and it feels good, it could still look and feel just a little bit better. And that's if the animation increment was actually updating properly. I ran into this problem with the weapon. If the current for the weapon is greater than 1, then that implies that it's being drawn in the context of being equipped on the player on the screen, like in the world. These comments are not great. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, that didn't seem quite right either. It's the reference. Where's my fucking mouse at? There it is. When does buckler success correlate to? I wasn't sure that mine looked like a diamond. Yeah, this definitely, I'm using something besides this. Which asset am I using? We gotta track down which asset I'm using for this. Looks like wooden shield. Wooden shield. Okay. If that's true, guard, buckler, we're calling it success, but it's actually wooden shield. Over here, this is actually the file for buckler, but really, it's actually this one. And I know that the animation increment is not updating properly for this. Because it would go from white to brown with the little white lines and then back to this. That means there's a bug. All right, I got some hot water on. In a minute, I'm gonna make some coffee. I think it just went off, actually. I would have thought this would have helped. I feel like something's getting in the way. Oh, wait. No, okay, that's correct. Oh, the current never got updated. Oh. Okay, so this is something we forgot to do. Okay, so we have update shield for entity now. Oh, sick. Although it looks like it is skipping the first frame of the animation somehow. It still looks and feels pretty good. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so there is that frame skip bug still going on. All right, so that feels pretty good. Let's make a little orc party here. All right, so that feels pretty good. Let's check it out on double speed. Oh, I have ×4 there. Whoops. That means to be divided by 2. That feels pretty good. What about regular speed? Nice. It feels like a major win. So it's probably a time for us to check our code in. Oops. We could keep going, but I definitely need that coffee. All right. The new version is up on itch.io. You can test out all the changes I just made. Check it out. Support the game for only $1 and play the alpha now. Play the changes that you see live on stream, live in your own browser. Only at evildojo.itch.io. I'm gonna get some coffee. Crazy, man. Drinking coffee at midnight? Holy fuck. I left. I didn't. I'm still here. I don't know for how much longer, but I do feel charged up for a second round. I keep thinking about upgrading how we're constructing dungeons. Because I previously put in work to create a sort of API for like actually generating the dungeons. In other words, we had method calls like create room or create hallway and things like this. However, I have to consider the interactions in the construction. In other words, one of the more interesting, nuanced problems that I face is how to deal with doors. You know? Because if we think physically, a dungeon tile is a very obvious descriptor of an object that refers to something that's on the floor, right? So, you know, there's no better way to do this than create a new branch and actually look at some code. So a knit dungeon is very straightforward. All it does is call a function add floor. Add floor is part of dungeon.cpp. So given a pointer to a dungeon, we grab the current floor, or rather, because add floor makes the implication that it's always adding to the end of the dungeon floor list. But then we have a dungeon floor function called dungeon floor create. Dungeon floor is a big ass file. Nasty. It has a lot of work to do to get cleaned up, and I'm not even using half the shit in here yet. I was at one point, but then to like, you know, I've done a lot of work since I last fucked with this file. But as you can see, there's a lot of code here that probably still works. And there's probably stuff that we can use. And let's take a look at like what we're currently doing. What happens when you call df create? Before I continue, one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to disable the creation of the orcs. As well as the weapons and the shield. The reason that I'm not creating those things at the moment is to tighten the feedback loop, because we're focusing just on dungeon floors at the moment. So in DF Create, like, if you're given a space, as in when we go to create the dungeon floor, we actually pass in a width and a height from above. Ain't that right, Grace? Why are you looking so worried? Okay, so if we want an 8x8 dungeon, and we also want to have like a zone around the dungeon, in other words, empty void space. We could do a a 24 by 24. And at the moment, what'll happen is we'll actually have a full... I don't want to build the whole thing like that. So at the moment, what'll happen is we'll have a full 24 by 24 dungeon floor. Oh shit, where'd my game go? There we go. Oh wait, I messed that up. It needs to go here. There we go. Alright, I go back down there to clear that last tile. Alright, we've cleared and revealed the whole dungeon floor. As you can see, do it as light radius. It helps you reveal new tiles as well as give you information as to how far ahead you can see. It's two different mechanisms at play, but one of them is light radius and the other is called vision distance. So imagine, if you will, we wanted originally, like, we had an 8x8, but now we want a black void space surrounding the... Hey, no, don't you even think about attacking my computer. Not while I'm on stream, not ever. Homeboy, come here. Thank you. Ooh, no, that was a good crack. All right, so let's think about this. So when we add floor, right? Actually, we will emit the tile, but not to floor stone. No. Tile none. Effectively, a void tile. I used to implicitly have a type called void tile void, something like this, but the none type will effectively represent void, as in a truly empty space in the essence of the word. There will be empty space things such as holes that you can fall into, representing like an empty space in the open air, but that's different from this. All right. Right, so every tile will start as none. What does tile init do? Do we need to set the type a second time, really? Just as I thought, most of the things can be just, like we can just rely upon that rather than have to specify this. But we do have to specify the ID. And even then, the ID should probably be unique across floors. And that way we could be able to reference like one tile from another floor, which would be kind of trippy. At some point there will be warp mechanics as well as time travel mechanics. That's one of the things I want to explore in the future as this thing gets developed. Thinking very far ahead, but better now than never to think about it. But in the beginning, we start in the 24 by 24 case. And we're going to use this as a basis, so we're going to try and make it so that ideally, when you create a new dungeon floor, the width and the height are divisible by 2. Because the calculations are going to be based upon this. The reason we do this is, as an example, we have some void space to the left, up, right, and down of the 8x8 dungeon floor. Then we can introduce the mechanics that allow you to, like, for instance, pickaxe mine into unknown territory. Or procedurally add new parts of a dungeon floor on the fly as you're playing, like real-time transformative dungeons. I'm just coming up with this shit on the fly, but honestly, it is something that the engine is capable of if I program things correctly. But as we get to these things, we handle them individually. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Because after we set all of the tiles to none, we're going to have to locate effectively a center, like an XY. So this would be incorrect at the moment because it would previously set walls on the border. We don't want to do it on the border of the whole dungeon. We're just going to want to do the border of the center. So originally, in this kind of setup, the whole idea was to use the dungeon as a canvas. And through the API calls, either a human or, like some AI entity agent or some other procedural method be able to call these API calls and paint upon the dungeon as a canvas. That was the original idea. And so we can actually come up with different patterns and effectively stitch together very tight and intricate, small or big dungeon floors, attach them together, and then before you know it, you have a very complex dungeon. But it all starts with somewhere, right? And that's where we're here. So we're going to work with stone to start with, right? So let's see if we have a function that does this work for us already, such as df. Let's take a look at our list. And make room x, y, x, y, and you just specify. Okay, so this actually hard sets the tile. So instead of make room, so we're going to deprecate that function. Instead, we call make rect. So it's going to take x, y with height and dungeon floor type P. This is going to be a little bit more generic. It's almost the exact same function. However, instead of hard setting it to stone, this sets it to a range, which is interesting. So we should actually use tile area. But if we don't have that, what? I mean, it'll work if I do it like this. Why not? Well, it should. Why is it yelling at me? Why is it yelling at me? Oh. I see. Wait. Oh, I think something's fucked up here. Must have accidentally deleted the 2. At the end of the day, it's kind of a good idea to like freshen up these functions, right? And we even had a set all tiles that I could be using. Okay, so back to DF and knit. Oh, it's DF create now. Okay. Now why is it yellow? And it wrecks. Be a lot of code commenting right now. That tile area. DFTXY with height. DFTXY with height. Set tile area. Excuse me. Only because it's well, it's like that. No. Oh, we've got the wait. What? we'll just take them out of the equation entirely for right now. Fuck it. So we're going to hard code in some values to start with, but we will generalize this code as we go. So for int x equals 8, x less than x plus plus, or y equals 8, y less than 16, y plus plus. Not walls though. To prove that this works, this is a little bit more easy to modify, and eventually we're going to have the start location stored elsewhere so that we don't have to dive into this all the time to modify it. But now, because of the new location of the center of the dungeon, that's updated. So here's what we do. Check it out. Let's do a fresh build. So as you can see, everything still appears to be normal, although all of the tiles are decidedly the same. It's because I only specified that they spawn that way. The dungeon tile type is effectively a key into which texture we want to select when we're rendering a dungeon tile. A dungeon tile could be things that include grass and other material types as well. And effectively, this will allow us to generate dungeons and areas depending upon certain biomes and other properties. There's a bunch of different sets that I can't wait to actually implement. Doing a lot of the graphics work, although while the assets have been provided, have to be massaged into a bit of a more easy to work with format so that I can just pipe them into the game. Don't you think about fucking with my cables on me. Hey, get up. Get over here. Come on. Internet's waiting on you. Trying to get my cat to jump. He's like in super hunter mode. Come on, buddy. Come on, baby, get up here. It's taking you slow. There you go. There you go. Good boy. He's a good boy. Yes, sure. All right, don't claw me, buddy. Dude, the motherfucker sliced me last night while I was trying to sleep. I had my foot and I was stretching out, and he just, like a samurai, like a fucking ninja assassin, comes up and he's like, just dive bombs. It was a hit and run. He struck and then he was out, and it was deep. Like, I felt that shit. I knew he. Yeah, like the skin is peeling off of it right now. I took a bath, but I think it did actually draw blood. Okay, so this works. But what we need to do next is actually set the outer perimeter with the walls again. So in this case, for the outer walls, not height -1. Is that right? No, that's not right. 15. And then reverse. And actually, it's not 0, it's 8. Okay. So now we should have the same thing, except we need to also slightly tweak the position to 9. That way he's not starting on a wall. There we go. So you can go behind walls. The walls are 2 tiles tall. And I worked out the programming off stream to make that work. It was an interesting bug to deal with. And it's not perfect yet, but it works for now. Also, as a result of the number of tiles that you can see forward, you can kind of see behind the walls a little bit if it's not like directly in front of you. If it's directly in front of you, then it'll render 100% and it's implied that you can step behind it. But if it's directly next to it, then it will kind of reveal what might be like behind that wall, or like just not out of, you know, visible reach. And this is because I intend to have lots of hidden stuff, you know, kind of like in the same vein of the Final Fantasy games. You know, I thought it's very clear, you know, especially by my choice of color scheme. I was previously doing the gray thing, but honestly, this hits a little bit harder, doesn't it? Let's be honest. So now that we have this kind of mechanism worked out, let's check some code in. Okay. So this, one of the big reasons we did this is to have a canvas, right? So given that we have this space now, this code is atrocious. Why is this code so bad? Why is it ugly to me? Not well commented. It's not commented at all, almost. It's got some comments, but like... So df create can use the floor number that's passed in as a means to inform itself of how it should choose to generate the dungeon floor. Right now, things are kind of hard coded in, and I want to clean this up a bit. The reason I do this is that there is a root, right? Right, I'm gonna change my soundtrack here. Everything still works as intended. All right, so this code can go into a function, right? So far, so good. Refactor's going good. So, if we want to say set perimeter, right? Actually, this is where we pass in the dungeon tile type. But we'll fix that in a second. Alright, everything still works. No reason to think that would go bad. This will be very important because now we actually have space where we could draw a second room or more. So demo this out. Let's make the room that we started in just a little bit smaller. Nah, that's curious. Something definitely for here. It worked in the 8x8 case, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it fully works in the 8x8 case. Now, why would it have, oh, I know, because we hard-coded the positions here. It's gonna be 8 and 15. It should be Y. And Y plus H. Similarly, this should be X. And this should be X plus width. Well, does it need to be less than or equal to? Yes. And the implication, of course, is that your starting XY is far enough inside, and hopefully I properly handle the edge case there. I'm not testing it for it right now. Now that's interesting. Even though I set width of 4. Was the 8x8 not... One, two, three, 5, 6. Ah, okay, so it's like there's an off by 1 here somehow. So in order to have 8, I mean, for a 4x4, we need to set this to 5. There we are. There's our 4x4. One, two, 4, 5, 6. All right. So now we can actually ditch up a second room to our right or left or wherever we want. Now let's think about how we would actually compose using language like code. Not 8, but considering that let's say we just created a second area entirely. And let's say it had no walls. But not at 8, but not at 8, 8. So if we just tweak 8, 0, right? And create another, what would be a 4x4 area. Actually, I kind of see why we have to do that now. So this actually overwrote the wall because it was too close. So that means we need to add one. So it's actually x plus width plus 1 plus 1. Well, we can see the room now, and it's definitely on the other side. So let's say we wanted to create like an opening to now what position would that be at? Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 5. Mission accomplished. The implication being that, you know, if you're paying attention, you'll see a gap like that without it being like directly obvious. So, as an example of this, we could also set the tile directly above it. And now there's a very obvious gap. There's actually 2 spots you can go through. Now this one has the problem, well, I suppose the problem. Without the walls, there is this kind of sense of like it being something that you could fall over. And there definitely will be cliffs and things like this. Or some sort of hole you can fall into. I kind of like having just one of them like that. Now, if we wanted to put a perimeter around the same area, We also have to oh man, that feels pretty good actually. It feels like actually kind of tricky to figure out because it won't be like directly stated. This is not bad. What if we wanted like a room beneath us? Right? Oops. All right, so now connecting the rooms, right? This will actually start at X. +1. Or maybe X. We'll start at X. That's kind of neat, actually. So we can really allow for some real interesting patterns of creation with this mechanic. So let's add a fourth room. Wait. I definitely didn't put it in the right spot. Okay, so now we're gonna have to create a way into that room. I think what'll happen for this first tutorial level is we'll make the obvious gap so that it's not so invisible. But whenever you have two walls right next to each other, you're gonna have this problem. Or especially for tall walls. Small walls is a different story, but we don't have any small walls yet. So if we actually remove two directly beneath, is this gonna end up? Okay, so that wasn't quite in the right spot. I think what we're gonna have to do is okay. It's a start. You see how potentially big this shit can get, though. However, for very large size maps, the frame rate does cap out at a point. And there is definitely optimizations to be done there. However, it does make sense from a CPU architectural perspective. I've done tests. All right. Maybe we want to change some music again. Get back into been on for quite a while. Thank you for still watching if you're still on. I imagine it's almost time for me to go to bed as well. But this is a significant upgrade of process, although there's a lot to be desired with regards to the code, but we can at least navigate between each of these rooms without having to worry about door construction at the moment. Doors are definitely on the way, but effectively, given this setup, so long as you create like a buffer zone of like void tiles, then you can paint the dungeon inside of that space. And that's effectively what I've just done here. The code is all right. There's really a lot that could be done here to improve the situation. What I'm doing here is I'm creating a room So this is all hard-coded, right? But these effectively represent primitives, because a common procedure that you might have to do is to set the area of something, right? Now, set perimeter doesn't necessarily need to set a wall all the time. So one of the things I want to do before I go is we're going to tweak this. Now accept dungeon floor type T. So instead of it hard-coded to floor stone, we're now set Q. Oh, why is it yelling about that? Oh yeah. Oh, this is a tile type. Oh, and it's not dungeon floor type that we want. Tile type G. X0, Y0. X2, Y2. There we go. So this is kind of a hard-coded example of a potential starting zone. Although we did discover an interesting mechanic. The whole hiding of behind the tiles, behind the walls, allows us to create some interesting gaps that can be hidden or obscured in a way that allows us to do something kind of unique. Now, this is like a hard-coded XY position based off of the fact that I know that we're operating with a 24 by 24 area, and that we can fit a second room to the right very easily, as well as a room down and to the right. We added we have 4 rooms. Yes. But at the end of the day, the desired ideal palette will probably be much larger, because we might want to create a much larger dungeon floor. But we're not going to want to have to do a lot of this kind of manual construction. So certain decisions would have to be made as far as how do you, it's like very easy to like create distant rooms, right? Each one individual. But then actually connecting these rooms up in the potential introduction of long hallways, or because, like, for instance, I feel like the dungeon generation of NetHack was a lot more intricate than, like, say, Sheeran. I think Sheeran actually dumbed things down in a lot of ways. There's a lot of mechanics in Sheeran that are there's mechanics in Sheeran that, well, I should say, for the changes that Sheeran made to the NetHack mechanic, or the NetHack kind of infrastructure, certain things from the NetHack world did not make it into the Sheeran game. Spellcasting, for one. Although, no, I mean, if you count reading scrolls in Sheeran, I guess that's a spellcast. But You get the picture. Alright, y'all. 2 a.m. Let's call it a night. Notice that I'm not merging this back into master yet because it's too soon. How am I going to tackle the problem of doors and door construction, right? Well, doors are definitely going to be entities. I've already done this in the past at least once before already. And the whole problem is that there's a heuristic I have to come up with because the dungeon floor algorithm, or the dungeon floor like add floor, or rather DF, or rather like we can't add entities from here. We have no access to the game state. And DF add floor is ultimately called by something that does have access to the game state. So add floor returns a boolean, which is weird. This is a weird line right here. We shouldn't have to wrap that in a double pointer. Like, new floor is already a shared pointer. But I would think that the add floor should actually return that pointer itself. It should return new floor. So instead of false, we'll return null pointer. Okay, so no, at the moment we weren't using the return value, but the whole idea is that if we return the dungeon floor itself, then the thing that generated the dungeon floor can then go through it, look for an appropriate place to place a door, because either an algorithm marked a location as being a potentially good door location, or a place that I absolutely want a door, or some other reason, because of procedure or whatever. But I can't do it from within the add floor, but I can do it from here. I'm ready to add doors. And that's the general gist of it. I'm not pushing this yet to GitHub or a build for y'all to play in this state, because I want to add the enemies back in for that. But this has been a successful evening of development. You know, happy Thanksgiving. All right. I feel very good about this, so let me go ahead and commit this. All right. It's been a pleasure, everyone. If you enjoy watching this stream, if you still make it, if you're just jumping to the end and you're watching this on demand, whichever way, as a reminder, you can support development of the game for only $1. Play the game in its current alpha state over at evildojo.itch.io. Thank you for joining again, and have a good night.